Hello, hello. Anyways, hello people. Yeah, so we're streaming. You know. Streaming. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, we are streaming today. We are streaming the redevelopment of Simple Shape Combat and or remake of Simple Shape Combat, part 1. So, yeah. Now, I thought it would be a fun idea to kind of go back through the, old live streams. Just kind of show you. So, first of all, I didn't really do much of anything in part 1 last time I did this. I played balloons. Part 2 I actually did stuff.
There we go. Yeah.
And, I had some stuff working. But this was a 3-hour stream. And I got this much done. And then part 3 I added, like, basically everything. So, yeah. Now, we're going to go over the old version of Simple Shape Combat. And we're also going to go over the newest build because I haven't publicly released it, actually. Which I really should. But, hey. Nah, we'll keep audio off. Yeah, so here's SSC. So this is the first build. We had no node selection, nothing. All we had was enemy AI. And that's approximately everything. Yeah, so you can quit the game now. 3 hours, by the way. And then the most recent build is build 12, which I haven't released. I should release it. I just forgot. I currently have the music off, but there is some music actually. So you can see there is settings. There's a help, everything right here. Whatever you want. Let's just play out the entirety of Drone real quick. Let's just play the entirety of Drone just to show you what the old game looked like. In case you don't know. So yeah, if you didn't know, this is what SSC looked like. I played this in school because I was really bored. So that's fun. I really should add a fast forward. I think that's something I'm definitely going to add. I just don't know how yet. Yeah, we're just going to play free build here. And we actually are going to have some music on because it's a little boring. Gonna be honest. Oh, I made it so you can only select. Oh, it's really weird. Oh my god. Like these showcases. Oh, Christ. You can see how much of a difference that one hazard deployer makes. Also, holy shell casings. Jesus Christ. Come on. There you go. Oh yeah, and there's a first-person mode. I don't think I've ever shown this off on stream, but yeah, and there's a first-person mode for SSC. You see the shell casings just fall into the void. Very fun stuff. It works, like fully works like this if you want to, but no reason to. But it does indeed work, so that's fun. I changed it. I did. Change the skybox, if you're wondering. There you go. Grabber starts a nice little nuke launcher, and now we're set for the rest of the game. Wonderful. We barely have any money, which is weird. Let's just send out like a bunch of waves. You can see the spin up. How are you attacking? You're not in your range. Christ. Get out of here. Come on! Let me upgrade, please. My God. Really? Okay. The economy is absolute ass. I need to fix. That's something I'm gonna fix. Like, it's gonna be completely reworked from the ground up. Just saying. Like, completely reworked. There. That's a lot of shell casings. Oh. Yeah, you can get on top. Oh. That's what he said. Yeah, it's they're just getting decimated over here. We're gonna have 2 of those guys, and now they're gonna just get absolutely incinerated. Just cause why not? We need 15,000 for the upgrade for this, so yeah, now just wait. No. How do I still not have enough money? Oh my god. If I can even select the turret. But I mean, we're in endgame now. Look at that setup right there. This is really good. The setup we have right here is really good. Just saying. Like, this is really good. So, yeah, that's just perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, this is why we need to remake it. We're gonna play Leisure. Or, I'm gonna play Passion. But yeah, that's simple shape combat so far. Yeah, we're recoding the entire game. So now the original game was made with a Brackeys tutorial, as said in the credits. You can see I labeled it under Simple Shape Combat Legacy because we're making a new project. We're just gonna do standard 3D and then upgrade to URP. So, yeah. Let's see, simple shape combat. Wink. We're also gonna open Marble Blast Diamond, because I need to check some things out. Where did SSC just go? Like it exists. What just happened? Does it have all of its assets? It looks like it does. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna open it too. How's it already open? Oh, that's why. Huh. Well, that's gonna be busy. I was testing something. downloaded the Benchy 3D model. I do have it now, so it's cool. Yeah, now I just gotta wait. This is the worst part about game development. Waiting for stuff to happen. It takes forever. Okay. The only reason I need this is so I can check my project settings, and I'm basically just gonna copy over most of this. So yeah, most of this stuff is just gonna come straight from straight from Marble Blast. So like most of this stuff right here, like resolution settings and like splash image settings and all of this, I'm just gonna directly copy from MBD. All of this stuff directly copy. I'm gonna copy over to physics. Everything, so it's all equivalent. Do all the quality preset everything. I'm gonna copy this number because I need this number. So in here we gotta open up our package manager. We need a package manager, we need our project settings, and we need our build settings. Wherever the fuck that is. Weird. I honestly have no idea where our build settings is. So I'm just gonna Control B. That's odd. Whatever. We just need to do that real quick. And we're actually just gonna have MBD up like this. So all of this needs one. We're gonna import TMP. We're just going to do that really quickly. We're going to do some other very, very basic, simple stuff right here. Just really basic project stuff that we need. Oh yeah, animations. We could have like a render settings. Scripts. Scripts would be nice. For obvious reasons. Prefabs. Would be nice to have. Some of this stuff is exclusive. I don't know what this is yelling at me about. Yeah, because it literally was made in this version. Animations could be nice to have. Animations, audio mixers. Under settings, under other TextMesh Pro fonts, we're going to import from Marble Blast the fonts. So references isn't that type of reference. I kept them as scenes. We should change that. I don't know why I didn't change that. That's weird. Whatever. Save data, probably we would need. That's all customized for MBD. I think this will work. We're gonna shrink our inspector, shrink this. There you go. Now we have more of an MBD styled area to work with here. Just slightly bigger. Oh, right. This expands. This fills up the entirety of the bottom. Look at how I did that, though. I think I dragged out the inspector. Yeah, like that. There you go. I like having the assets down here just all as one big thing, and then I can squish over the inspector like that. I think that will work for now. So, yeah, there is our here's our stuff. All right, wonderful. There we go. Other text mesh, font, import. Now we're going to do the thing that I was just about to do. I think in Unity resources, I have a fonts folder. So we're just going to import all of this. So that's cool. We're going to grab out Techo here. Techo semi-bold. I'm either going to use Techo, Orbitron. AR Destine is a pretty good font. I forgot about that. It's a pretty good font. Yeah, that's a really cool font. I do like that one. I think I use that one for like the concept art for freaking the Everything game. God, that was a long time ago. I just like Techo. It's like a really simple, nice font. So, yeah. But we're just going to have all of those for now. Why is there... Why? Get them out of here. Ugh. No. I guess I'll call them scenes. Whatever. Alright. Now we need to fix some other settings. So stuff in like physics. Two 10 05 01 61 off on off. None of these I actually need to change. I just realized. We're going to import the other stuff later, but for now we're gonna not do that. This is just gonna be our thing here. Where is it? It's in player settings. We're in player settings. It's under player. Yeah, right here. Here we go. Under player. So we're gonna change most of these to be exactly the same here. So yeah. Later Industries Incorporated. We're actually going to grab a texture here. Now this will be our temp. This will be our temp logo. So this will be our temp logo. Just to get ourselves started here. Alright, here's where we got to change some settings. So in MBD here, also I never do this dual screen thing. I never ever do this. Okay. I guess we're doing it today though. Yay. Alright, so right here. So full screen window, 1920 1080. We do want a resizable. Okay, wonderful. Splash image we'll configure in a second. Let's just do other settings first. Linear, all checked, all checked. It's dynamic batching. I don't know what this is. Not standard. Old input manager. Alright, wonderful. This one we're doing custom, 0 background zoom, all sequential, and then we're going to flip these around. Now I do have like our background image and stuff. We're not going to do this yet because we don't have a background image. So for now this is just going to be set as a nice just black screen. Which means that we're going to import our logos here. So in our thing, we're going to make a thing for logos, and then we're also going to make a thing for things for logos, and then user interface as well, which has this in it, like this. They're gonna have stuff for like turrets, and then GA, which is gonna stand for geometrical anomaly, which is what our enemies are gonna be called now. I'll explain this later. But yeah, GA turrets. What else do we need textures for? We have our UI. I guess we're good now. Yeah, we have our temp logo. So in our... Where is my textures folder? Where is my textures folder? Ah! That's why I didn't squish this one. Dummy. That would explain a few things. I was wondering where the rest of this stuff was. Whatever. Oh yeah, we need one for ground. So we need one for the nodes. We have our equivalent of this. Objects too. Just general. Just the general objects. Particles is a good one to add also. Just to keep ourselves nice and organized. I don't know why I have grass in here. It should be in like freaking tiles. Alright, wonderful. But I wanted to go to UI, and we can grab we have our icons. Here's what we needed. We're going to import both of these into logos. Or configure those in a second. We're gonna draw new backgrounds, but for now we're gonna use the MVD day background. Or this one. So we're gonna do this. No, not turrets. We're gonna import this. Wonderful. Okay. Now that we have all of that kind of done, now we can go back to logos. We gotta configure both of these. So they need to be sprite, single, apply. So we're going to use the white logo here with 2, and yeah, something like that. There you go. Wonderful. What we're also going to do is we're going to make this a slightly nicer, more of a darker blue color, something nicer to look at, something like that. Just a really navy blue color, maybe. Nah, make it more like a gray. I think gray looks better than just black. Yeah. I think gray is a nicer color than black. Racist Tyler. I think gray is just a slightly nicer looking color. Now, as you can see, this has our URP global settings stuff. This doesn't, so we're going to have to, of course, do all that. Now, we're actually going to import all of this from there. We're just going to import the entirety of the render settings. Whenever we get all of this, we're just going to import all of that. Or at the very least, get all of the things. I forget how you get build settings up. I need build settings. Build settings, here it is. Dummy. There we go. I mean, what? Yeah, of course it hasn't been imported. What scene? Why are you trying to load that scene? Whatever. Let's load the lobby, darn it. Come on! Christ. See? The most annoying problem. Come on! Thank you. Jeez. Right. Yay, we have MBD loaded. Christ. Okay. Also, I pinned FreeCAD to my taskbar because we're going to be using it for the NIO1 project, so yeah. However, in here, what I need to do now is I got to get this to my standard, which is over here, and we have to search for the universal. Of course, this likes to do this, which is really annoying. Universal render pipeline. We got to install this. Now, because we don't really have any materials, this won't really do anything, so that's cool. We're gonna install this, though. What do you want? Shut up. Whatever, man. Just install the darn package already, like... Christ. So this is gonna import a bunch of random bullcrap, and we're gonna have to sort for all of this, and we have to, this is what happens when you create a new project. You have to sort for all the new stuff you have. Me as a 6th grader realizing I had a better understanding of science than the average adult. Me as an adult realizing the average adult is dumb as fuck. Yes. Yes, they are. Compiling C# scripts. God fucking damn it. I can never escape. Ugh. Preload those script assemblies. Or reload. Ugh. Takes so long, man. GUI updater. Mouse down event. God. Come on, Unity. Okay. As Unity shits itself. Go over my documentation here. Christ. Okay, so as you can see, we're gonna go over the what we're doing in this project, and then we're gonna try and speed run some stuff about the project. So, yeah, we're not gonna go over everything, but we're just gonna go over kind of some general stuff. So I want an FPS mode on the turrets, so you can shoot in first person. That's just gonna be fun. Here's the big thing: voxel-based assets. They're gonna be 32-bit. I should really put that here. 32-bit. So they're gonna be 32-bit, and 32 bits is going to, or 1 voxel is gonna be 1/32nd of a meter. If you're wondering, so yeah. We're gonna fight not simple shapes, which are gonna be called geometrical anomalies. Basically, stuff like tesseracts, infinity signs, spheres, just weird shapes. Like, I think it's called like a guardian knot, or like it twists in itself. Pretzels, just like wormholes, like really weird looking shapes, basically. The more confusing the shapes, the more health it's going to have. So that's going to be fun. The turrets are going to be weapon types. Just normal weapon types. With realistic animations and such. The start and end are going to be teleporters. Portals. They're going to be just, you know, contextualized stuff. Makes more sense. I had an idea of maybe using a shader that like masks what's going on around the teleporter so you can't see. It'd be kind of fun. When the enemy reaches the end, you'll lose some of your sanity, which is going to be your life system. And when you lose sanity, you're basically just going to make comments about, oh, I can't understand this, and you lose health. I think it's funny. Fun idea. So, yeah. And you may start seeing things. We'll code that later. There's going to be factorio-like item gathering. So there's going to be factories that produce stuff, basically. And there's going to be mining machines that will, well, mine. So, yeah. There's going to be a day-night system, so there's going to be like a day-night cycle. You can upgrade your turrets. These are all like the stats, basically. It's a lot of stats. You have to make ammo, and you actually have to... The turrets will like automatically get the ammo, but you just have to make it, and that will be like a resource on your like... Up here. Be like resources, and then ammo in this caliber, ammo in this caliber, in this caliber, in this caliber, in this caliber, and it'd be like a drop down menu or something. I don't know, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that part out later. I haven't quite done that far yet. There's gonna be 4 areas. I know you can't see this at all. There you go. 4 areas. The plains are gonna be 100. The mesa is gonna be 125. Snowy Mountain is gonna be, I think, 4,000? I'm doing my maths correctly here, or 400. And then volcanoes 25 squared, which is like 25 times 25, which I don't know off the top of my head. There's gonna be physics-based shell ejection, so yeah, and links if applicable. So for like belt feds, there's actually going to be links, which is going to be fun. This is like just some more detailed stuff about it. So factories can make turrets with resources from the miners. So factories and miners can be upgraded with money. So that's what money is going to be used for. You get money from defeating geometrical anomalies. Factory upgrades allow for better turrets. Miner upgrades allow for more and rarer resources. So basically at the start you'll only be able to produce like X amount of resources, but if you kill a bunch of enemies, then you'll be able to upgrade and get like diamonds and steel and other stuff. Just fun stuff. It's gonna be fun. Sure. I just mentioned that. They'll also give you some resources. So like they'll give you steel and lead and aluminum and brass and stuff like that. Which will be pretty fun. Defeating a wave will give you some cash reward bonus, which is something I really needed to add. I just didn't bother. But I was playing the game, I was like, why am I not getting rewarded for beating the level? So, you know. Yeah, we're going to do wave number times 50 money plus ammo and resources with a percentage chance. So, basically, you're going to get, like, some ammo in a caliber. It's all going to be randomized. So, you get, like, X amount of ammo in a caliber, or you can get X amount of resources of this type or this type and this rarity, this much, based on randomness. Just some extra bonus rewards. Ammo factories produce ammo. No shit, Sherlock. There's going to be 5 tiers per tower. Turret? Should I put turret? Why did I put tower? I'm going to confuse turret and tower throughout the rest of this development cycle, and it's going to drive me insane. 5 tiers per turret. Geometrical anomalies are low poly instead of voxel, so we're going to have like clashing art styles, which is really going to emphasize like the anomaly aspect of it, you know. Voxel based environments, so it's going to be like pixelated. It's going to be basically like Minecraft, but double resolution basically. This is more specific coding stuff we're doing actually today. This is also more specific coding stuff. I was figuring out some math. I actually had Gemini help me with this, so it's fun. For me at least, the only use of AI that I will accept is uses for like brainstorming or like intense math calculations. Basically like a calculator that you don't really feel like doing by hand because it takes forever and you can't really punch it into a calculator because it's like awkward, weird numbers and weirdness and you have to use AI for it. That's the only use I see that makes sense. And like for like research, because you can number crunch a bunch and number crunch a bunch. Nice catchphrase. Yeah. That's the only use for AI that I accept, I guess. That's the only use of AI that I will tolerate. That and chatbots. Those are the only two that I really can see being used and me not hating it, so. Yeah. Also, we're going to install Cinnamon Machine. Actually, do we even need Cinnamon Machine? No, actually. We don't need Cinnamon Machine, never mind. God, the empty thing is very weird having that. I'm assuming installed in packages. Yep. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna literally just copy over all of this. Now we're gonna go to graphics right here. Now all of this stuff is still gonna be useful, so we're gonna keep all of this. However, the quality is going to be different, of course. And then we're just going to rename all of this stuff to like SSC deferred data instead of MBD deferred data because it's SSC. We're going to get rid of 8-bit quality first of all. And then we're going to rename this just to Ultra. And this is our standard render quality settings. In fact, there you go. There's our like default settings. I'm actually going to head over to my Unity resources, and we are going to make this like a nice little, basically kind of package that I can just import into other projects. I'm going to do that real quick because that's just going to be pretty nice. So yeah, we're just going to have a render settings folder there. This is just going to make production of other games very easy, nice, because we're basically just going to be able to import everything instead of having to, you know, continually do stuff. It's going to be very nice. Alright, graphics. So, yeah, we're basically just going to quickly... We're just going to set up all of our settings here. It's going to take a little bit, but we're going to set everything up. Get ourselves prepared, I suppose. Okay, well, that's fun. Any of this needs to be... Not all that's fine. Alright, wonderful. Oh, yeah! I know what the problem is. I gotta convert all of the assets. I forget where that is, actually. I gotta find that. But, yeah, we gotta convert assets. That's what we gotta do now. So, quality. And we're just going to make sure that, like, everything is good here. Oh yeah, and we're also just gonna delete like all of this. It irks me that these aren't in the correct order. Ultra, high, medium, low. Low, medium, high, ultra. There we go. So now we're just gonna head through all of this, and yeah, 4 res, disabled, 0, 16, not on, shadow mask, 216. Checked on. By 2 minus 0.6. 0. 2 bones. Very bare bones right there. Medium. Oh, okay. Medium. This is on. These are all don't sync, so I'm just going to do all of that for all of these real quick. Medium will have reflection probes. This will be per texture, apparently. What about low? It was disabled. Okay. This will be one stack. This is not on still. This is still just a shadow mask. 216. This is 0.7 now. And it's still 2 bones. On high. We have on, don't sync, full res. Still per texture. 256. We're finally doing billboards now. Distance shadow masks. Doing 1 now, still 2 bones. And then on our ultra and or diamond setting, it's just all on, I think. Yeah, just full FU, you know. There you go. Beautiful. Oh. These need deferred data. I am using deferred. I don't know. Disabled auto. Oh yeah, we need these settings as well. Forgot about that. Oh, they did already set some of them up for me, but we do need to go through all of these too. Deferred data here should be the exact same. Everything deferred off after opaque. Post-process, stencil, always SSAO. Okay, beautiful. Low. Okay. Let me start with post-processing. Okay. Shadows. 1010 metric. For all of this should be identical. Beautiful. Lighting per pixel. Disabled. Okay. All that's good. And quality. Wonderful. And then for medium, okay, HDR is still not enabled. We're not using any anti-aliasing still. High quality. We are using HDR now. Lighting is still per pixel. Vertex. Box projection and all this. 100 shadows. $8x per pixel. 4096, 200 shadows. High dynamic color supports floating point textures. Well, whatever. Okay, I think that's all of our lighting settings completed. Actually, no, we need to go into the, we actually have to go in the lighting. So, rendering lighting, we actually have to configure this now, too. So, yeah. I want the game to look nice, you know? I'm not gonna make it look like crap. We clearly just don't have any lighting settings, so that's cool. The environment. Okay, this is where I'm gonna have to do a bunch of crap. For now, we're not gonna do anything there. And then we have no baked lighting, so yeah, close. Beautiful. For now, we're going to close MBD. Now we gotta configure our environment settings and all that stuff. Also, for some reason, my textures have now been converted, and I don't know why they weren't earlier, but whatever. We gotta find the texture converter. I think it's under rendering. Render pipeline converter, yes. Built into URP, here we go. Rendering settings, material upgrade, clip converter, whatever. Yeah, we won't do this, whatever. We're actually just not going to do this. We can do all of these though. List is empty there anyways. This list is not even here. Alright, wonderful. So this should literally take 2 seconds, and ta-da. Okay, that's fine. We don't even have any assets to convert, so yeah, it literally had to do nothing. So that's cool. Alright. This can stay as main camera. Again, we still haven't even done converting anything, any... Literally, we haven't done anything yet. We're still, you know... We got out of volume. I'm gonna make this maybe not as ridiculous. Maybe slightly ridiculous. Alright. For now, that's basically all of our settings kind of done. Alright. Actually, I learned how to properly use reflection probes, and you don't want to do one giant one for the entire scene, so... Yeah, you want to do it per object that you want reflections on. That's how you want to do it. That's how I'm going to do it, so... Yeah, I don't think we actually need MBD anymore, so we can get rid of MBD. I do want to quickly... I made a folder for skyboxes. What are these exactly? These are using these skybox panoramic. Okay, gotcha. The exposure for MBD day is 0.8 and then this rotation. So we're just going to import that real quick and do that. And like I do mean we're literally gonna import that real quick. We're literally just gonna import that. We should have 0.8298. 0.8298, beautiful. Now of course we don't have this texture. That's because it's named something else. It's also not a texture. I don't believe these are anything special. Where is this? I'm assuming texture skyboxes. It's actually just a default. It's actually just nothing. I put texture alpha. It's actually just default. Which is surprising. Ta-da. Wonderful. We have a skybox now. Yay. Alright. That's just going to be our temporary skybox until I find something better. Actually, I kind of want to use our sunset skybox. So, might actually just import that instead. Boink. Wonderful. Now I can go to lighting, environment, plonk that into there. Make this a black color instead of the other color, and I think we're good now. Yeah, I just made this black. Skybox 1.0 intensity. There you go. Look how nice this looks. Looks very nice. It looks just like MBD because I made it look exactly like MBD. Alright, there you go. There's their, there's your default project setup. It only took us an hour. Dear God. I mean, to be fair, 10 minutes of this was me just getting everything... Oh. 10 minutes of that was me playing the game before, so that doesn't really count, but... Hey. I will eventually do an MBD stream, but not now. We're gonna just focus on simple shape combat for a second here. What do you mean default render is missing? It's right here. What? Like, no, dummy, it's right there. Okay, well, we have everything set up now, so, think I used FXA. Alright, there you go. Now the scene and the camera view, both the same, wonderful. Now we have everything nice and set up. We can actually start doing stuff now. I know, revolutionary. We can actually start making the game now. So that's cool. But yeah, here's our scene. So currently we just have a skybox texture. That's not the default one, which is good enough for me. Well, so yeah. Now I had a fun idea of using like live split or something and making like a goofy little timer. So yeah, we're gonna make a timer. Right over here. No. Okay. Dang. How do I minimize? Exactly. How does one minimize live split? Wonderful. Because it's cool and all having this here, but like I don't want it here all the time, so we're just gonna put it over here and there we go. Okay. There. We just need the timer. Wonderful. Okay. So something like start, boom. And then reset. Or boink. Ta-da! New. Okay. Now I have a speedrun timer. Oh. I just want to make it match the width of this. Okay. So yeah, now we have our timer. We'll see how long it takes. Basically what I want to do is I want to do everything that I did in part 2 right here. So we have our entirety of this and like the wave spawner system with like basic functionality, and I want to be able to spawn enemies, and I want to be able to do all that, and I want to be able to do all of that in like, I don't know, before I have to go to bed at like 11 o'clock or something. So like 2 hours. Sub 2 hours. I want to make all of that in sub 2 hours, which should be pretty simple. And also, we're going to ditch the grid system thing I use. I don't know why I used that. It was a dumb idea. And we're going to go with just a snapping magnet system because I don't think I even knew how to do grid snapping yet. So, yeah. But now that I do... Also, it looks like I have... that's funny. That's my collarbone. Whatever. Yeah, basically, we're just going to try and recreate beta 1 of SSC in sub 2 hours. That's my goal for today. So, yeah. I know the stream has already been 1.5 hours-ish, but, like, you know. Hey. So, yeah. I basically want to finish all of this before, like, 11 o'clock. So, I want to do the entirety of the wave spawner system. I want to make at least 2 different types of enemies, which is literally just copy, paste, change settings. I want to make at least 2 different types of enemies. I want to make a map that's relatively long. The test level is going to be... I don't know. I want to make nodes, and I want to make paths. So we got to make both of those types of objects with prefabs and everything set up. We need to make at least the basic structure of the level, and we need to have waypoints and waves, and we need enemies spawning in and then moving through the entire map and then despawning at the end. And that is literally all we're doing today. And I gotta do that under 2 hours. If I somehow do not do this in under 2 hours, I'm gonna be disappointed because this is extremely easy. So, yeah. Hi, cat. What are you? What? Okay. Whatever. Alright. We put on some nice music here. How it's made intro. I could. We're gonna loop my own song here. Or the song I uploaded. Not my song, it's my glitch, but... Alright. Timer starts... now. Alright, let's go. Wrong tab. No, wrong tab. No, wrong tab. Okay. Let's begin. So, first of all, what we need to do is we need to make 2 materials. So, we gotta go create folder. Nodes. I'm gonna make one for paths. So, for nodes, we're gonna create a simple little material. We're just gonna call this grass. This really doesn't like me doing this, huh? Okay. Oh, it's reflecting that. Okay. Okay, so, okay, let's figure out that issue. No! Oh, God. I would always hit tab to complete that. It's so annoying. Universal render pipeline asset. Where is that? Is it because I imported it? I shouldn't cause anything wrong. Like, I already did this. But this doesn't work. This is in the actual setting right here. This is in this, which I put this here. Like, that's already there. For all of them. This is the default. Default is this one. Do I have to create a new one? This is just not like this one? The thing is, I don't know if it's an issue with the pipeline asset here, or if it's an issue with the renderer. Because I have no idea. I guess I have to. I mean, I will. That doesn't exist. What? Rendering. Point 5, point 1, point 5.4. Point 5, point 1, 1.4, point 5.4. There. The third. There. Let's try just deleting this now. So now I have the SSC renderer right here. Okay, right, cool. This is using the SSC renderer. Okay. Why does it keep saying that? There's a fucking default renderer. What? It's right here, dumbass. What? Please tell me I don't have to remake all of these, because that would be... Okay, there. Now let's say in our Ultra. Let's say instead of Ultra, we're using just Test. Now were you complaining? No. Okay. So... Damn it. Actually, it's nice to have as a template, but like... Ugh. Oh, wait. Ugh. Get out. Hug. I have to configure all of these settings. Okay. Reset. I have to redo all of this. This doesn't count because this was not counted for. This doesn't count. Meow. Okay, medium quality is good enough. Okay, I think these are set up. Okay. There. Holy crap. Okay. Now can I please just make grass in peace? Yay, now it won't yell at me. Okay, wonderful. Jeez. Now we can start our splits. Crap, okay. Cool. Alright. I guess first of all, we're gonna speed run making some cherry water because I need some because I'm tired, but I need to stay up. So sugar it is. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab cherry water. We're gonna see how long it takes. So we're gonna use live split for that. So yeah. So let's start this in a second here. We just gotta find a coop. Yeah, you'll work.
Okay.
So yeah, I need a drink because I need a drink. That's why I need a drink. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go speed run making a drink. Be right back. And time, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, pretty good. I had no idea you could hear all the way down to my thing. Whatever. Alright. Now I can actually start the real speedrun. Now that we fixed the stupid error in Unity, I can start the actual run. So, yeah. For people just joining, we're remaking Simple Shape Combat, which is a game I made a long time ago. I'm gonna try and recreate what I did in like 3 hours and 2 hours. So, yeah, we're gonna speedrun it. So, let's go. Immediately off to a bad start again. Switches to the wrong tab. Oh, nice. We'll just call this temp node. This is just gonna be like a greenish color, something like this. Wonderful. And then our path. More of it. Kind of more of a yellowy. I don't know exactly what color it is. All around there, maybe. That'll work. At least. So, yeah, there you go. Something like that. Make the grass a little smoother. Because it's kind of grassy and smooth. Path is very rough, so it shouldn't really be smooth at all. Okay. We've created some materials there. We're going to create 2 more folders for the GA and for the turrets. So we actually do need a material for this one. So we're just going to make temp GA. GA stands for geometrical anomaly. That's going to be the name of the enemies in our game. I have the hex code for the thing for MBD just kind of perfectly remembered there. It's fun. I'm just gonna make it kind of fancy, whatever. Or make it not super shiny, but or make it kind of like that. Sure. I don't know. Or make it emissive and make it the same hex code. Oh God, why do you do this in me? There we go. Real time. +1. Yay. Okay, we have emissive materials. Whatever. Anyways. There we go. Cool. Now we have everything set up there. So, yeah, now, okay. Now we can get out our paper here. We don't care about any of this. This is more turret stuff. We don't care about that. We care about wave data, which is, we care about wave spawner right now. So, yeah. Create a new empty for waypoints. Create a new empty for the nodes and for the paths. We could also probably make one for the GA or geometrical anomalies, and one for the turrets. There you go. Just some basic setup here. Under node, we're going to create a new cube, and this is going to be our node. This is going to be free in these directions, but one in this direction. Actually, no, I'll read cube. So, nice big old cube right here. Now, I said that it's 16 per 1 meter. Also, this would make it 75 meters, which is really big. Or 32 per meter. I'm gonna have to do some thinking here. If I make it 16 by 16, I feel like if I make it like this, then I'll have more space to do, like, kind of like longer barreled guns. So, yeah, we're going to do 3 by 3 like this. So here's going to be our node. It's going to be centered at 0, 0. It probably should have its own, like, tag. So, add a tag for node. Add a tag for half as well. Add a tag for a GA. Add a tag for a turret. It will actually have a box collider, so we'll keep this on right now. We don't really care about any of that right now, so that's one node. Oh, we do care about the material though. Wink. There you go. Node. Wonderful. And then we're going to set this up, and then we're going to make it a prefab. But that's going to come later. So, yeah. Now we're just going here, and we, this is linked. Something like this. Now, the reason I'm not going to use that grid array thing is because it was kind of janky and it didn't really work every time, which was really annoying. Alright, so this is 5 by 5, so we can just copy 6, 7, and we can make this 9, or 8, 9. Now we're actually going to make this 11 by 11 instead of 10 by 10 because using this. Now 11 squared is 121, so we should end up with, 121 nodes. Perfect. Blink. Wonderful. So this would be our default. Now, of course, our cameras fit not in our best area to be cameraing right now. Motion blur. Alright, there you go. Something like that, just temporary, right? It's a goofy temporary setup, right? Wonderful. There's our nodes. There's our stuff. Right? Cool. Now we can make paths that fork off of here. So let's say that our path goes from here and maybe like goes up here, maybe loops around here. Oh, we take a surprise turn. Oh, whoop-de-doo. Wonderful. Whoop-de-doo, right? That's gonna be our level, I guess. Drag these under path. Make these into paths. And then we change this into path. And we can slash this in half and then subtract 1.5. Or 0.75. And there you go. Ta-da! Look how much nicer this looks, by the way, compared to literally everything else. Oh yeah, that is the orientation, huh? Oh, whoopsie daisies. Look how much nicer that looks. You know? It looks a lot nicer. So yeah, some nice lighting. That's what nice lighting does right there. See, that's why I set all that stuff up earlier. Did I not hit start? I didn't hit start. I thought I did. What? Did I start it? I swear I started it. It looks like my hotkeys got in the way there. Ah. Well, then I can't really use live splits. That's annoying. Whatever. So we're just gonna try and do all of this before 11 o'clock. We're still gonna speedrun it, but you know. Now we're gonna code this in a similar. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. We are gonna code this. Oh my god, it's C#! I haven't coded in C# in so long. It's been so long. I miss C# so much, man. It's been way too long. Ugh. It's been far too long. It's, oh my god. Now, I forget exactly how this was coded, but, this is why. Okay. To a new transform array of length. For an I equals 0, I is less than or waypoints is equal to this.transform.child count. No, get out. I is less than I missed the curly brackets so much. It's been far too long. It's been far, far too long. There's nothing for child count, seriously? Okay, what's child count then? Transform. We have to have... Okay, it's just, I think it's more like this. Also, 1 plus plus makes no sense. Okay. From type what? Int to Unity transform? Oh. New transform array with the length of this. Let me. There we go. Okay. Now we're just going to do debug.log just waypoints. Okay, that should work now. Now we're gonna set our icon. We use blue this time because I didn't use blue last time. I think I need to enable them. What's that? Business. Really? Oh, there we are. The light source just in the way. Oh. Dummy. I like the diamonds, honestly. They're kind of cool. Oh, they don't change the size of it. It's a little annoying. Alright, well. Well, either we do show them or we don't show them, so whatever. Alright, here we go. We're going to say that they spawn from the top of the map up here, so this is going to be our spawn point. So this is going to be our spawn. Or this is going to be our start and end. We're also gonna make a new material real quick. This would be for our temp. There we go. So now we have our temp start and ending. So here's our like temp starting. Ah, that would be an issue. uh, 3 and 6. Alright, wonderful. So now that we know where our start and end is, now I can actually configure our waypoints. So basically, the enemies are just going to spawn in like right over here. And then they're basically just going to travel along the ground here. So when we build turrets, they're going to be... probably about too high. So if I make this too high... I think around 2.5 would work. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. So we're just gonna spawn in here and travel to here. And we head all the way over to here. Into here. here, 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 and then finally there. Basically, that's the code. So in theory, if we run this, we should see debug log, and I mean, yeah. Maybe waypoints dot length. That could maybe be a useful metric. You know, we should get a 9 or a 0. 9, perfect. Works flawlessly. Alright, that's the entirety of that script done. So, yeah, that was pretty easy, actually, no, it was pretty difficult script. Enemy AI. Cancel. Alright. So, all of the AI for the enemy needs to do is it's just going to handle movement. So, really, I should call this movement, but AI is fine. So, we're just going to have a public float for our speed. And, I think that's about it. We just need a speed multiplier, or a speed. Speed, and that's it. I think we just need speed. This is only handling, things. Maybe, waypoint threshold, maybe? That could be nice. Just need to make sure I spelled threshold correctly. I indeed did. Okay, there we go. And then in up there. Race. No. An update. Whatever. We're gonna do if, or we're going to do we also need a no, it needs to be public bool has reached end. Okay, so if we haven't reached the end, we need to do high caps lock this dot transform dot translate. Now translate takes in, I think it's 2 things. I think it's for your current position, and then the translation like thing you actually want to translate. I think that's how vector dot translate works. Your translation so we can very easily just do So we can just do waypoints. We're gonna have a private int for the waypoint index. Most of this should seem familiar, just saying. By default, this is 0. So, waypoints, index 0. Space dot, I think we want to use world here. Actually, we want to use the waypoint index, and then we simply just want to do waypoint index plus, and I think that's literally all the code we gotta do. We'll see what happens. That is a vector free. What? Transformed. Okay, there you go. No? Seriously? Dot transform. Are you not a transform? Question mark. Dot position. Oh my god. I apologize. I have not coded in Unity in forever. Okay. Well, we have no enemy to test, Dingling. Okay. Test enemy. We're just gonna add the enemy AI script to you, and we'll just give you a speed of 1, I guess. Now, let's see how I originally coded this, because that system was pretty robust and pretty good. So let's see how I did it in the Legacy Edition. That was a very simple script, clearly. Oh, I did this in a different function. Okay, I see what I did here. Okay, so what if I just copy all of this? Paste it all here. Why don't I just delete there? Okay. Let's see just what Unity yells at me, because, you know. Okay, fix all instances of that. We don't care about this. Anything to do with enemy, get out of here. Those are revealing 2 instances. Okay, nothing else should be broken. Wonderful. Perfect. Okay. Now this test enemy doesn't really have anything right now. So let's add a mesh renderer and give it the temp geometrical anomaly real quick. Let's give it a mesh filter. We'll say it's a sphere for now. And it doesn't really need a collider, so ta-da. Alright, so yeah, this code should now work basically. We just have to change one value, and there you go. Oh, okay. We just need to notify the everything. Never mind. Alright, wonderful. We are going to borrow some things from old SSC, but most of it is going to be re-hand coded because of reasons. Yeah, we just need to we should just see him move along his path. That's pretty close. Wonderful. Okay. So, now granted I did already code all of this, so it is already all coded, but hey, it's fine. We're now going to code, actually the last thing we're going to code today. Wave Manager. Yeah. Now, Wave Manager itself is going to need a couple different scripts in it, so this is going to be a little annoying. Also, I'm going to call it Wave Manager instead of Wave Spawner. Wave Manager makes more sense. Okay, so Wave Data, which is an array of enemy data. Now, I want to see if I can do something, because I need Wave Manager right here. I need a public array of some sort. These are our actual waves. We'll just say it's a transformer array. Or we'll say it's a game object array. Currently. So we're just going to say or in update. And then we're also going to just do public void yeah, start wave. Now something in enemy I said something about Wave Manager. Enemies alive. Alright. So yeah, in start wave, basically what we're going to do is we're just going to spawn the first index. So yeah, input.keycode, input.get key down. Holy crap, it's been so long. Keycode dot, we're gonna say space bar for the heck of it. Oh yeah, we need another, this one's actually going to be a game object array. The other one's just a temporary game object array because we're setting up stuff. This one's going to be for our enemies, or our GAs, GA types. Now if anything, this should be an int array. Can I do int array? Hold on, can I do waves and then GA index? Can I do that in Unity? Oh my god, you can. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is new information. Oh, it just makes 2. Ew. That's not useful at all. Alright, so we're just gonna say we're just going to instant. We also need the public transform of the start posit ion. So instantiate. We gotta do GA types from our waves. Yeah. Also, that lined up with music, nice. We have a wave index. I gotta do it for each loop. So for each no, okay, what we actually need to do is we need to do this later. What we're actually going to do is we're just going to instantiate, like, really basically. So we're just going to instantiate GA types of index 0 at the start position with quaternion.identity. if I remember how to spell identity. Wonderful. We also have a public transform for our GA parent. Yeah, that's on me. In my defense, that's a very hard word to remember how to spell. I'm assuming it's lowercase. Makes sense. Alright, there we go. We're just gonna go back to basics. Basically. Basically. So, we're just gonna put this little guy down here. Also, gonna give him a speed of 10. And we're just gonna put my guy in here. Or, actually, before we do that, we're going to center this guy's location. There you go. Now I can add him. Dunk. Now I can go to Game Manager and we can add our GA type right here as the test enemy. So our wave index is 0 currently. So basically what should happen is whenever we press the spacebar, we should see just instantiating this guy's prefab over here. And then he should move along the path. That's our goal. Perfect. And you can spawn as many as you want. That's all perfect. That works perfectly. Also, we should see that, where's our enemies alive? Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, we should see like no drop in FPS. Yeah, no, we're perfect. Nice. Even the static you can't see, jeez. Yeah. There's no noticeable difference in dip in performance, nothing, so yeah, that code will work. Now what we gotta implement is the blueprint script for this guy because, well, it's not gonna work without it, apparently. This is also definitely the last thing we're doing, and I'm talking very fast because I'm trying to stay awake because I'm very, very tired already, which is not a good sign. Okay, so it's just a non-mono behavior class. So, yeah. Shut up. Oh, I know what this. Ugh. There. Now shut up. Get rid of you. Get rid of all of you. Boom. Same with you. Put you here. Get rid of you. Get rid of all of you. Get rid of mono behavior. Wonderful. Alright, enemy data. Enemy data is literally just an int, a public int for the enemy ID and a public int for the enemy count. That is literally it. Wave data is literally just a public enemy data array called I don't know. Sure. So all Wave Manager is going to do is, instead of this integer for waves, which is just temporary, it's going to have a public wave data array for our waves. And I'm pretty sure that should just work now. So we have our waves. We add a wave. Let's see. There, so a thought is we can add more of these like this. I might actually be able to just skip this. Let me see if I can just do that instead. Let's see. No, I 100% need that. The reason I need that, like that, and I can't just do enemy data, is because we have multiple enemy types. So basically, we're going to make a wave. Enemy datas is going to have to be renamed. So instead of calling it enemy datas, we're going to call it just enemies. Which means we need to update nothing, actually. There you go. Enemies. To lovers? Okay. Thanks, Google. So, basically, let's say we have, I don't know, 100 waves, right? Here's all of our elements. Now let's say for each of these waves, how many enemy types do we want? Well, let's add an enemy type. There we go. So I'm actually going to call these enemy types instead of enemies. Enemy type. So let's say that we have, free waves. Right, so now we can have an enemy type here, and then an enemy type here. Let's say our ID is 0 here, but then for this one we're going to have 1. Let's say we're going to spawn 5 of these types and 1 of this type. That's now just element 0 of this, which is the wave. which is the array of this, which has an array of 2 elements. So you can see how this is kind of complicated, but it needs to be this complicated in order for the functionality that I want. So, yeah. Alright, so instead of instantiating like this, which we're going to do something similar to this, but it's not going to be exactly the same. So in start wave, we're going to do for each wave data, for each wave data wave in waves. So for every wave data in waves, or for each in waves of wave index, for each enemy data, enemies in waves. What am I trying to do here exactly? We have an array of wave data. Each wave data has enemy data as an array, which has, inside of enemy data, has a bunch of, well, data. Also, to keep this simpler, we're going to rename this to wave. That's just going to make this simpler. Well, that's annoying. Okay. So currently we only have one right here. This is going to be our first wave right here. So element 0 is our... These elements right here are our actual waves. This is a wave right here. Inside here we have an enemy type, which has its own number of arrays that you can add inside of it in case you want to. So yeah, basically we have inside here we have an enemy type. Enemy type is an array of enemy data. So we basically just need to extract the ID, extract the count, and then spawn that many of each. But that's much easier said than done. Ugh. So this is going to start wave. Now we're going to make a public void. This one's going to be for spawn enemy, and this one's going to take in an enemy ID and an enemy, or it's just going to take in an ID. We basically want to spawn in an enemy, wait a couple milliseconds, and then spawn in another enemy. It's kind of what we want to be doing. Yield return, wait new seconds. We could use an enumerator. I think that would make sense. I never ever use these. So we can just... Can you give it... It has parentheses. I don't know. We're going to completely refactor how I'm thinking about coding this. What do I actually need to do? I need to pull all of the wave data out of waves based on index. And then once I have that, then I need to look at the first index, or I need to look at every index, so I need to look at the count of the array. For each element in that array, I need to then look at the enemy ID and the count, and then I need to spawn in that amount of enemies based on that ID, and then I need to go to the next one, do the same thing. And then once all the enemies are dead, then I need to do the same thing for the next index. So... And this all needs to work pretty efficiently and actually spawn in enemies how I want them to. Now I know I need to use a coroutine because of yield wait, yield return new wait for seconds. Yield return new wait for seconds. I need to use this. This needs to be here. I know this needs to be here. My question is, how do I actually implement that? I need to wait for a second to actually spawn in the enemy. That's what I need to do. So I can just call the coroutine with a parameter of how many times I'm supposed to loop through it. In the for loop, we basically need to create a batch of enemies, spawn the batch, and then that's it. So it'd be really nice if we could make like an entire batch that's just an array, and then just iterate for that array every X number of seconds to then spawn in that array. So the array is the wave. So it can be a game object array, and that array could just be the enemy type, and then there's just that amount of enemies already in the list. That's perfect. That's actually just perfect. So that will be our batch. So we need a public... Do I want to use array or a list? How does one iterate for a list? How does one do that? No, I said list. Okay. It's just the exact same as per usual. Okay. So we're just gonna make a list of type game object. And this is going to be our wave batch. So basically we need to extract the data as raw data, prepare the batch, and then that batch then needs to be sent into a coroutine that then spawns the batch. That's basically what we need to do. Now this is very overcomplicated for just spawning one enemy, but this is a modular system and it needs to be nice and robust and work. That way I can just add hundreds and hundreds of enemies and it will still work perfectly fine. So, yeah. Basically, we need to spawn in enemies in a list, literally a list, and all in a batch. So, yeah. So first of all, we need to figure out how to extract waves right here. We gotta figure out how to extract a wave, because this has an array of enemy type, and this has our ID and our count. So we need to somehow extract this data right here. Now how exactly do I do that? I don't know. If you're wondering why I'm refactoring this by so much, it's because the old wave manager sucked. You can see this was our original thing, which actually did have a thing. Huh. Oh, would you look at that? Start coroutine, spawn wave. Look at that. It's wave.rate. Oh yeah, I did that too. Forgot about that. Spawn enemy. All I did was just instantiate it. You can see I did this like that, and I just had game object enemy up to 5. So if I ever wanted to add more stuff, I would have to increase these, which is very annoying. Not modular at all. Sucked. So that's what we're trying to fix. So yeah, but we are going to reference this because this is very useful. So we just need an extra step of extract data. So public void. Let's see. How exactly do I want to do this? We got to do like a for loop. So for int I equals 0, I is less than waves.length. We gotta get the data from I, extract the ID, add the game object's ID to list, and then iterate for the next stuff, I guess. I need an extract data function. That needs to be a thing. I need to make this into a more readable format, I think. That's what I really need to do. I need to convert this from like weird custom property, like weird custom types into just ints. I just need a list of ints and a list of other ints. How would I do that? Again, to prepare a batch, what we need to do is we need to get the enemy's ID, and then we need to add it to the list for the amount of times that's in the count. So it's a for loop to add an enemy. So add enemy needs to be its own thing. So add to batch, it's its own thing, which is a for loop which goes through the list in count, and then the enemy's ID is the geometrical anomaly type that gets added to the list. I think what I need to do first is make public void spawn batch. Spawn batch is going to simply just do, well, it's a public IE numerator because it needs to yield return wait new seconds things. And then we need a public int for the batch index, and then public int for the wave spawn rate. Keep it nice and organized. Batch spawn rate. Now this section is already going to be handled by us. So wave batch of index of batch index. Because we're going to do plus plus, and then yield return new wait for seconds. Yield return new wait for seconds batch spawn rate. Blink. Okay. How did I... Oh, God. Stars. I gotta remember that. Co-routine. Alright. Hopefully that works. I haven't been in the editor in forever. Jeez. Blink. Alright. Wonderful. Let's say we spawn something every... Just for testing purposes only, we're going to say 1 seconds. Now let's say in this batch we just have a ton of test enemies. Hold on, let's see here. Would it be more efficient to instantiate enemies based on another array? No, accessing another array, more memory, not worth. Alright, so we're just gonna have 20. If else I think I can do it like that. If wave batch dot length is let's see, dot length is going to return the actual length. The index is zeroed though. So for an index 19, that is the last one. So -1 is so if the wave index is less than if it's less than the wave batch dot length -1. It's ever dot length or dot count. Yeah, that's not count. That's the one thing between lists and arrays. I have to remember which one is which. It's very silly. So it should spawn 20 enemies. It's not going to, but it should. Can you do... I'm assuming you can do this like that. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do it like that. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Shouldn't this go back into its own function? I want it to repeat. How do I make it repeat? How does one use a coroutine? chat. Yes. Let's see here. Apparently this doesn't work. Wave index is less than... That should do that. Else, let's just try returning instead. Okay, let's see if that works. No. Also, we're gonna do something here so we don't even have to do batch index. As part of a smarter way of doing it. I'll also clear the list out too, which is good. We can just do wave batch. Remove element from list. Oh, Lord. You can see it removes. It's good. Oh, maybe that was why it wasn't working anyways. Nope, still not the issue. We can get them to spawn though. That's pretty good. Now what I really need to know is why this isn't looping properly. Or try that. I don't know why I was using wave index, by the way. Still no? What? Let's just add some debug text. Oh, God. If you know the error, debugger, just fix the error. Just give me a warning and say, hey, you had this error. We fixed it though. Okay, we have a waiting. Oh, wait, do I need return here? Do I need return like that? No. Oh my God. Then how do I make it work? How do I make the coroutine loop? Loop coroutine. No. No. No, fuck off. Coroutine. Well, what the fuck? Is it because I made it public? I doubt that has anything, like literally anything to do with it, but maybe, yeah. Eliminate all possible odds. Now they didn't even throw up a waiting. Okay. Waiting. Right here, I need this to loop back into spawn batch. Question mark? Why doesn't that work? That makes even less sense. What? How'd I do it in Wave Manager? Whatever. So there you go. Perfect. Jeez, man. There you go. Works now, though. So it's good. Oh, Lord. Okay, now I can clean up some of the code. Beautiful. Did I make this an int? Why did I make that an int? Whatever. Divide by 10. Thank you. Okay. There. Now we'll wait less time, and now we get more enemies faster. Beautiful. Now we should get a lot of enemies. Oh. It spawned 10. Why didn't we spawn 10? Code execution. Okay. It only spawned 10. Why did it only spawn 10? Ugh. Why did it only spawn 10? That makes no sense. Okay, let's try changing it to like 2.5 or something. I don't know. Oh no, we have a new issue now. Darn it. Debug.log. We're gonna log the count. I have my suspicions. I is right here. I is less than 10. Okay, wonderful. Well, I guess we can do it like this then. And then once we're out of that for loop, then we can do wave batch dot. Can I just do dot clear? List dot clear. Yes. Dot clear. Wonderful. Clear. Alright. Now in theory this won't completely just clear the entire list after the first enemy. Hopefully. Hopefully, you know, maybe it doesn't do that. It should spawn all 20. And then clear a list. Beautiful. Now I have this batch of 20 enemies. Once they reach the end, then they all die. Now we have 0 enemies left. Okay. That's literally perfect. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's literally perfect. Batch of 20 enemies gets spawned in. They make their way around downtown. Then they all despawn at the ending. It's perfect. It's actually just perfect. Beautiful. Most of that is kind of the old script, but whatever. Alright. Now, spawn batch is going to be like the last thing we do. So, you know. Spawn batch is going to be one of the last things we need to do, and it's going to take a little bit. So, in the meantime, we're just going to do this. That way now you can't spam it either, so that's good. Or is 0. If we're pressing space and we have 0 enemies, then we can spawn the batch. Else if, nope, no batching for you, teehee. Do I really want to add this functionality like right now? I don't know. This is more complicated than I expected it to be. Just gonna be honest. Huh. Oh, that's fun. Anyways. We basically what we're going to do is we need to extract data, and then based on that data, then we need to send it elsewhere. So we need to make a public void. We need to create the batch. And then we can spawn the batch. So, for each wave in waves, we're just going to do debug.log wave.name. Now it throws up an error. Name apparently doesn't exist. Now wave has an enemy type right here. So we're just going to throw up enemy type. We're going to see if that works. Okay, it works. Wonderful. Oh, of course that doesn't work. Create batch. Alright, wonderful. We might separate prepare and create. But I mean, it will get the enemy data, so that's good. What if I do something more specific and say enemy type 0? Will this give me the actual enemy type here? It gives me enemy data. Okay, well, that's fine. So we are getting the correct information out of this. So we gotta do wave. What are we ultimately trying to do here? We're trying to do some stuff. So, wave. In wave, we have an enemy type. Now, we gotta do, we actually gotta do a for each, enemy data in waves of wave index. That's what we actually got to do. Then we can do something like debug.log. We could say data.enemyId or something. I don't know. Just something. Okay. Now that's concerning. Because wave does not contain a public instance or extension definition for get enumerator. Contain a public instance. Maybe it means like something like current wave. So you can say wave of current wave is equal to this in the index. Now we can try? No. It still doesn't work here, which is really annoying. Let's just code comment that out. Maybe if we can do an enemy data array. Data is equal to what? Whatever. Enemy data array data is equal to current wave enemy type. Okay, that will work. Thank you. So this will work. I think we just need to create enemy data. That's what we need to do. We need to create enemy data based on the enemy data array. So we need to do like a for loop or something. So for I equals 0, I is less than current wave dot enemy type dot length question mark I plus plus. I don't know, just put something here. Current wave dot enemy type index of 0 dot enemy ID. Something like that, right? Just get it out there. Enemy ID does not exist. Current wave is a wave. Current wave has an enemy type in it. Enemy type is a type of enemy data. Enemy data has an enemy ID. Oh, I somehow put a comma instead of a dot. Okay. Professional game developer. Right here, obviously. Freaking dumbass. Okay. Let's check now. Okay. That's progress. I mean, that's good progress. If we go to that, yeah, that's actually exactly correct. Now if I run this again, we should get 0, 1 maybe, hopefully. Darn it. Okay, so this is, well, it's literally just getting this, which makes sense. What if I, there we go. Now it should be getting all of the enemies, in theory, hopefully. Now it should be 0, 1. Please? Yes! Hell yeah. So, it's also in order, which is perfect. Okay, so now we can do plus 0. We'll just put like an and plus it's either enemy count or just count. There we go, something like that. Now we should be able to extract this data. We should be able to get it. Bang! 0, 1, 1 in 100. 0, 1, 1 in 100. Perfect. That's perfect. Alright, and then it spawns the batch right after. Perfect. Hopefully I can just trim all of that code. And it should still work exactly the same. Yep. Wonderful. Okay. This looks really complicated, but that's just for this, which we don't really care about. So, yeah. Now we're going to do another for loop. We're going to call this for int. We do need a new name for this, so we're going to say this is for int Oh, freaking no, man. For int E for enemy. E is less than E plus plus. Wonderful. Boink. Okay. So now we have our E right here. So this is just going to be maybe I can just do that, actually. Well, index of E, which, let's see. So E is just going to give me an int. Actually, yes, we do want to debug log E. We should get 1, and then we should be able to count to 100, in theory. So we should get 0 and 1, 0, 1 and 100, 1, 2, all the way up to 99. Perfect. Okay. So it should count everything now. So instead of doing that, now we can instead do something else. So we got to add to end of list C#. Okay, so we just add. Simply just add. So we just do wavebot batch dot add of the we gotta add a GA type of the index of the enemy ID. Yeah, I know. I think that might be it. So, in theory, we can now get rid of our wave batch. We're going to make this private also, so it doesn't do this. And then we should be able to do this. So this is index of 0. We don't want this one right now. We should be able to spawn 20 enemies simply by just doing this. Now you'll see the advantage of the modular system in a second. And would you look at that? It's actually spawning them. There should be 20, please. 20. Perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Boom. Spawns 20. Nothing left. Now should spawn nothing. Oh, I didn't increment wave batch, but that's fine. Or wave index. Okay, so batch can now be made private. Actually, no, it still needs to be public. I need to test one more thing. Wave index right here needs to be investigated. Yeah, as you can see, I never did wave index plus plus. Oops. So we're going to clear this and then add one to the wave index, and then that's going to be about it. So this is going to be a test enemy 2 or whatever, right? Now this guy is going to be slightly different, because instead of being a sphere, this guy's going to be a cube. Sure. With a speed of 25 instead. Sure, right? And he's also going to have a different material, just to differentiate him. I don't know, font material. No. I have a default material, which apparently doesn't exist. Whoops. He's going to have... He'll just have this material, I guess, for now. He, she, whatever. Alright, now we're gonna really stress test it. So it should spawn 20 test enemies and then 50 test enemy 2s. 70, perfect. Perfect! That's perfect! Look at that! That's absolutely perfect! That's perfect! That's absolutely perfect! Instead of increasing this here, we're just gonna say, we're just gonna go here, and we're just gonna say if enemies alive is less than 0, actually, no, we definitely need this in a function. Never mind. Okay. Now for the real test. Like the real test. Now let's say I delete this, but I add an element here. So now this is our new wave. So this is wave 1. Now let's say we want wave 2 to be that 50 enemy streak. So what it should do is it should spawn everything from wave 1, which is 20 of these enemies, stop, clear the list, and then it should reset. So that's perfect. Now I can't spam this and spawn another wave. That's perfect. That's a thing I wanted to fix from SSC Legacy. Now it should spawn 50 perfect. Oh my god. It just works. It just works. That's so cool. Look at that. That's some pretty nice modular smart code. Holy crap. Now let's say we add another one. And this time it has an index of 0. And this time it spawns 100 of those guys and then 50 of those guys. Now let's see if it spawns free waves. It should. Oh my god. I'm so happy right now. That's so cool! Like, come on! That's so cool! Look at that! It shouldn't be lagging me too much right now. Let's actually check that real quick. Where is... we need to go to Analysis Profiler. And we gotta just check this. The profiler is very important. This is spending 1.27 milliseconds. Holy crap. Mostly rendering. Okay. Raw hierarchy is on. Most of this crap is from render pipeline. It isn't anything to do with anything else. So that's perfect. So it's not even lagging. Holy crap. What's this peak? What on earth is this from? Millisecond. Holy crap. What's that for? Garbage collection? Okay, so garbage collection means that we're using a lot of RAM, which isn't good, but I know why it's doing that, and if it isn't affecting performance all too much, I don't really mind. And it looks like it isn't really. Outside the bounds of the array, perfect. We just gotta add one if statement to that, and then that's all we need to do. If boink boink no. If wave index is less than, the index is the exact same as the count, I'm pretty sure. No, it's one less. So if it's less than the count, so if it's 2 and then 3, that's fine. But if it's 3 and 3, that's not good. But the wave index needs to be 2, but the count's 3. Wave index is set to B++ whenever the wave is over. So we're still on wave 0, then it indexes up to wave 1, then it spawns wave 1, finishes wave 1, indexes up to wave 2, spawns wave 2. But then we get to here when we have an index of 2, which is fine. Index of 2 exists. Yeah, I know Unity. Let's see. Right now it's going to spawn this. Once the wave is over, then it's going to spawn 1, then it's going to spawn 2. But then after wave 2, it indexes up to 3. So we just need to check if it's less than the waves.count or length. That's all. That way it won't throw up an error whenever it doesn't have waves. That way whenever I turn on auto wave, it doesn't do that. Oh yeah, auto wave. Forgot about that. Forgot to mention that. I'm adding that feature. I am so adding that feature. We're gonna do that in a second though. Yeah, currently it's spawning wave 1. What happens if I... Okay, it does nothing. So yeah, it just batched up 150 enemies and perfectly fine. So... I think it's doing that much garbage because it's arrays and also because of instantiation, which creates garbage, but those are both fine. They're necessary, so it's fine. There's no way I could do this with a pole. There's just not enough enemies. There'd just not be enough enemies in a pole to do that. You can see how it indexed up the free, and that won't... You can see now it won't let me do anything there. So that's perfect. Now it works. So now I can turn on auto wave. What auto wave is going to do is it's just going to be a public bool auto wave. I'm also going to make this list private so I don't have to see it because I don't care about seeing it. We're also going to make wave index private. Okay, wonderful. So what auto wave is going to do is it's just going to spawn stuff automatically. So if auto wave create batch, that is literally all of the code. And now we have auto wave functionality just immediately built in to everything, and now it works. Like, it literally will just work now. Ready? Enable auto wave. Start. I said start. Up. Where? What? Where? Where? What? Start. What? Okay, well, the only other things I changed were those switching to private from public. So let's try switching them back to public. Okay. Well, keep them public then, I guess. I'm sure. Because I had to click play, it didn't turn on auto wave. Nabbit. Okay, now we click. Now we check auto wave on. There you go, perfect. Clears batch. Clear a batch. Come on, clear. Yep, wave index 2. Perfect. Look at that. That works perfectly. That's beautiful. That's absolutely perfect. That's so cool. Okay, I know it seems really simple and stuff, but like, that's really cool. It's fully modular. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's perfect. No errors. Beautiful. That's perfect. All you have to do now is just remove the debug text and we're done. Where is that debug text? Right here. Oh, that's the longest part of this section here. Now this looks like this. That looks so much cleaner. Look how nice this code is. It's perfect. Perfect code. So nice. Alright. I'm happy with that. That's so good. That's so good. Shut up. Like, it may sound simple, but like... simple shapes. That's so good. I'm excited now. That's more progress than frickin' SSC had before. Okay, I'm just saying. Now, technically, this is beta 13. So, we'll say it's beta 13, technically. New engine, but like it's technically beta 13. This is a test build anyways, so we'll just call it test build. It shouldn't take too long, although it is a URP project, so it will take a little bit longer than you would expect for such a simple little game, but we barely have anything right now, but you know, hey, it's a start. We have all of the basic graphics, everything already set up. We have all of the enemy AI set up. We have wave management already set up. We have the possibility for all of the wave stuff already implemented. Like, we're done coding all of that already. And it's been, what, 4 hours? And we're already done? If you're wondering, tomorrow I'm going to add 2 turret types. 2 just to make sure I can replicate the first one. So, yeah, we're going to add like a shop with hotkeys. No UI yet. Again, very early stages in the development here. There's going to be no hotkey or no UI user interface. Nothing. We're strictly using hotkeys for now because it's going to be easy to implement in code, because I really do not feel like adding user interface. Also, why is this taking so long? Holy shit. Come on, Unity! What are you doing? Come on! Holy crap! Alright, here's build 13. Jeez, man. Look how beautiful. Yay, so nice. Build 12 is 134 megabytes, and build 13 is already 81. Wonderful. To give you a comparison, we're going to do both of the first test builds of both versions. So, here is the old first version of Simple Shape Combat. So you can see it's just one enemy moving along the line, blah blah blah. Cool. Start next wave. They do enemy things, very fun stuff. All this code is it literally just indexes it by 1 and adds another one to the spawner thing. That's all that does. Boring. This one. This one works with batches. So this one spawns in 20. Once all of them are dead, spawns in some more. You can't spam the key anymore, which is really nice because it was a little annoying that you could. But hey. It won't make the batch until it gets to there. Now it will. And then create a batch of 100 some enemies. I don't know. Those other shapes got the neumes. Neumes. 4 hours. Keep in mind, a big reason this took so long is because I needed to configure the graphics. Most of this was graphics configuring. It wasn't actually struggling coding, it was graphics. If we compare that to the old stream, you'll see that there's a big difference. Let's see. What was all graphic stuff and what was all coding stuff? Well, let's see here. Also, this doesn't have 2x speed. That's kind of annoying. Okay, here's our first script. So it only took about, let's say, an hour and 50 minutes-ish. Compare that to this. Now, granted, I did do user interface.
You can technically add this to Oracle or whatever else, but who cares?
I don't know why I'm doing this. That doesn't make any sense. You can see I used this weird grid tool thing. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, that's just going to speed up the development process and all these nodes. You can see all the same features. So that's 5 by 5, 6 by 6, 7 by 7, 8 by 8, 10 by 8, or 8 by 10, and yeah, we'll 10 by 10. Script to handle attributes, we'll do that in a second. And then I kind of spitballed out some.
Okay, at least I knew types of things, at least. Thank God. Faster speed, tankier, slower, weaker, disguised and reinforced. I didn't really play around with that concept too much. It's kind of weird. Basic, faster firing, longer range, road item, moneymaker. Those eventually all got added. Enemy attributes, health, speed, name, type, money amount. Fire rate, range, name, type, damage, cost. Huh.
Script for that.
Except waypoints for the enemy, right?
Attributes. We don't need a script for that. Make a script to handle attributes to do that. But
Why do I have 5 scripts? Oh. Okay, well 5 scripts here makes sense because I need like 3 for just the waves. I need 3 for the waves to even work, so I mean, you know. And the only reason I need that is because it's very annoying making stacked like arrays inside of other arrays in Unity. It's really annoying. You have to use like a system serializable script, but yeah. Annoying. Anyways. There's Simple Shape Combat remade. Like significantly better graphics. We don't have to even worry about graphics ever again because we already configured everything, so that's cool. The game already looks way better, so that's cool. Now, of course, looks aren't everything. Yes, I know. Very inclusive, me. looks are and everything. However, very nice presentation here, so that's at least good. It looks more professional, question mark? I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. I'm very tired. I would like to go to bed. So, yeah. Tomorrow is going to be a much longer stream, first of all. So, yeah, hopefully, at least, it's going to be a longer stream. I say hopefully because that means I can get more progress done. So, you know. Tomorrow, I want to add... I just want to add with hotkeys, selecting a tower, and then putting a tower somewhere, and then enemy stats. That's it. I just want enemy, like, health and armor stat and whatever crap I want to add there. And then I want turrets with their own stats and functionality. And I want them to shoot projectiles. That's the goal. So, that's the goal for tomorrow. I want to make the very basics of tower defense. Then I want to expand upon that by adding UI and other features like the whole like Factorio element to it. I don't know. I think it's gonna be really fun. So yeah, it's still it's still. Why does that look like that? Whatever. Please don't demonetize. Oops. Anyways, even though when I whatever. Anyways, even though whenever never mind. You're just gonna demonetize me for having like 4 milliseconds of the Spectre. Doom 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 doom. Hello, hello. Copyright strike. What the fuck? Yeah. Very annoying. Anyways, Talinator is ending the stream. If you're going to bed at 11:58, 16 p.m., you should have gone to bed 2 hours ago. Holy shit. Like, go to bed. Holy, go to bed. I'm talking to myself here. Go to bed. Yeah. You see that? You see that bed behind me right there? You see that bed right there? Yeah. Do you want to know what I'm about to do? I'm just going to go I'm going to sleep. I'm going to go to a bathroom and I'm going to sleep. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to implement more stuff from the notes I took. And also off stream, we're going to, off stream I'm going to write up a Google Doc. That way I have a digital format to store everything. That way it's nice and easy. So, yeah. Either way, good night.